Hello, hello, hello. There's a chance my audio kind of scuffed. I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. I think I have skill issues. All right, hold on. It's only now that I'm talking. I'm like, wait. Okay, maybe that's better. We'll see. Different angle today. We're doing focus sesh. Test message. Yo, hey. Hello, hello. I have a bunch of stuff that I want to do today. So I figured I would just go live. We can do a little co-working sesh. Wait, can you clap twice? I think there's potentially, oh, you know what? I didn't account for the fact that this is going to be a little bit async. Hold on. I'll be honest. This is horrifying. Okay, wait, my bad. Wait, I thought that a new angle would be kind of fun, but then I'm realizing I think the latency is too much. Ooh. 4 seconds latency. Oh, ooh. Okay, not ideal. All right, maybe we just get rid of this. Maybe we go back to the usual cam. I thought it'd be fun. I'm trying to have fun, try new things, but I don't think that's in the cards for me. Okay, I'm gonna move some stuff around then. If we're doing the usual angle. Yeah, that's too bad. I thought it'd be kind of fun to try it out because that was basically through my phone using Moblin. I am gonna have to figure out. I think probably the way that G does it is that she uses a mic that is connected to her phone. Is my guess. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, well that's less fun for a fun little setup. I mean, I could maybe move just my usual camera around and there won't be a delay. I mean, this background is better though. Maybe I can, okay, hold on. We're gonna play around with something for a second. We're gonna do it live, okay? You can see the evidence of me switching my mic thing over. Yeah, I was like, well, I'm trying to figure out how to, I want to add a little bit more context for you guys so you can see like more of my setup. But then I realized that it's not, my current setup not built for that. Killer work from home fit? Yo, thank you. You like my ramen pants? Hold on. Wait, the mic's in the way. Ramen noodle soup. Wait. Move this. You need Chris's ramen hoodie? I could have the full set. We could have the full freaking set if I wasn't slacking. This is how you know we're about to lock in. We're about to get stuff done, okay? That's how you know we're gonna lock in. The fit is on point. No, pure slack mode. No! It's the weekend. Listen, I'm gonna tell you a harsh reality here. When you're self-employed, there are no weekends. Grindset mindset. No, I'm just kidding. I just was sleepy the last couple of days. So I have to do this. I have to do the stuff that I meant to do the last couple of days. Okay. Listen, I slept for like 12 hours last night, okay? I was sleepy. I don't know how I always end up with just like GitHub stuff on my stream. I like the GitHub lamp. You guys, do we need a new lamp? People keep commenting on it, and then I'm like, oh, maybe I need a different lamp. But I like the GitHub lamp. But I'm sure one of you would love the GitHub lamp, you know? Also, wait, I want to hear about if anybody can share with me some of their favorite like charities that they know of. I feel like I'm not up to date on the coolest charities. And I want to do a little bit more charity stuff. Yeah, this year. Charity Miller? Oh, okay. Well, that's not what I meant. Okay. I mean, like, not, okay, listen. Listen, metrics going, oh, my favorite Charity Miller. She's so sexy. LOL. No! God damn it. Get your head out of the gutter, chat. Anything pet related? What about people, man? I feel like people need some love. All right. What is on the docket today? Oh, shoot. I forgot about YouTube chat. I'm so sorry. Honestly, they're probably so used to it at this point. It's brutal. Hey, Free Software Foundation. Oh, you're so right. We can donate to that. But then where does that money go? Oh, I also need to... Hold on. YouTube doesn't let me set defaults for some things, and I need it. And... Saturday stream was about to sleep. Listen, we're gonna be all over the place with the streams. I'm trying to stream more often, which means I will be streaming at random times outside of our scheduled stream times. But that's okay. We'll be it'll be cozy. It'll be cozy. It's cozy vibes today, so you can fall asleep to the stream. I know some of y'all be doing that. You're allowed to. I also have some of my favorite like content creators where I fall asleep to their content because their voice is so, I find their voice so peaceful. Like some people just speak in a really good cadence and you're like, I feel so relaxed right now. I can't help it. All right. Oh yeah. Speaking of go live noties, I should announce that we're live. I need to get a bot that does this. I'm a little behind on the times. For someone who's in tech, I'm a little interesting in that way. I don't know why I do that. Okay. Thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, like cozy focus stream. Probably. Where are you from? Canada. Canada. I love your videos. It's the first time I find you live. Thanks for everything. Yeah, let's go. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I've been using i3 for years. Is it worth switching to Sway or better to wait a while longer? Personally, I did not find Sway worth the switch. I ended up going back to i3. Things just work with i3. Like Sway there's such a hassle. Hey Nix, yo, what's up? Been a minute. I hope you're well. I hope you're crushing life. Adjusting the camera while live streaming is a special kind of brave. Listen, you think I'm not locked? I'm not locked in. Okay, my stream room is locked down. There's nothing that I could leak here. I'm so brave. The bravest. Okay, what do I need to do today? Today, I need to plan out some videos that I wanna shoot with y'all on stream. Either this stream or a different stream. We'll just see how much energy I got. I gotta do that. I want to do some coding today. I think I'll probably do some coding when I have time. I think my main goal right now is because I just got back from a holiday where I was like, couldn't do any work, didn't do any work. So I have a bit of catch up to do. I like knowing that I've got some stuff kind of already queued up so that I don't need to worry about it. And I can lock in on doing some fun coding stuff and not fall behind. Because sometimes I do be falling behind if I'm coding too much, which is ironic, but yeah. Anyway, Chaotic and Shell, thank you both so much for the subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wow, it's so nice. And Rex, thank you so much for 6 months at tier 1. I appreciate that. Zabu, thank you so much for the prime. Grizz, that was 2 days ago. Grizz, thanks for the prime. I don't know if I thanked you back then. Man, oh yeah, speaking about AI with coding, man, why is it that for whatever reason the internet, like people on the internet just do not want to accept that there is middle ground with using tools? It's so strange. Like for some reason, a lot of people online seem to prefer when people just die on hills, whether or not they are in the right. You know what I mean? Like what? Yo, hear me out. Bot behavior. If that's you, it's freaking bot behavior. Also, I'm pretty sure it's mostly bots. I'm pretty sure it's actually just bots. Listen, it's a conspiracy. It's bots being fed by I don't know who benefits from that. I delete your account as the hill I die on. Yeah, honestly good. Honestly real. There's just like, it's not that deep, It's not that deep. It's a tool. Why is it? I kind of understand why it's a little bit politicized in a sense, because there are like ethical implications with the tool. But like, come on now. Like you can't, it's also, I think, not responsible for creators or anyone with influence to completely ostracize either party. Because I think like there are so many positions now where you are expected to use AI. And I think that it would be wiser / like more beneficial to your audience if you also cover that case. It just is so goofy to me. It's so weird. Like I even had somebody this week be like, oh, I know that you're anti-AI, but blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I'm really not. Like the only thing that I've ever said that is anti-AI is literally just like, hey, don't outsource your intelligence. Like make sure you're still learning and challenging yourself. How is that controversial? I don't understand. I've said that, and then I've touched on the ethics of like, copyright and stuff. And I don't think that's controversial. Like, at what point has that become something that makes you like anti anything? Yeah. Wait, AI is great. Icarus says AI is great. How two people I work with use AI makes me want to work elsewhere. Oh no. Wait, what are they doing? Can you spill tea? It's okay if you're not allowed to. Um yeah, yo, Hinsey. Okay, Hinsey saying, in quotes, I don't think you should eat cookies for every meal. So what? You're anti-food? Yeah, right? I'm like, I'm not anti nothing. Listen, I want to do a video because I feel like I've mostly been showing just like, you know, coding for the purpose of learning, in which I'm not using AI to like generate code for me and stuff like that. I've shown mostly that on stream. I do actually want to challenge myself and try like a different approach. I think I'm going to do a video that I'm just going to try out like if I were to be doing pure like development purely for speed, how would I do it? And then like, play around with that, because I feel like that's something I haven't personally explored a ton. And I think that that's like a really key point that a lot of people are trying to make with AI adoption, or like if they're using it a lot, the point of that is speed. Yeah, you're against Fable 5 and Codex. I would shoot them with a gun, okay? I don't know, can I say that on this? That was a joke. We're gonna kill them bots, okay? Wait, yeah, is that bannable? I hope you can say that. I hope so. We'll find out. Uh-oh. How are you doing? When will you study? We'll do some focus in a little bit, but for now we're just catching up a little bit. Sasha says, at work we're expected to code less and use AI to get more work done in an hour. Exactly. And I feel like a lot of people that are doing content stuff full time, or even if they're like self-employed, they have a lot more autonomy on what the expectations are for AI usage. I don't think it's very fair to your audience necessarily if you're saying that this is almost like, I don't know, like doubling down on like, oh, this tool's shitty or whatever, because it's like that's just not living in reality right now. The reality is a lot of companies want you to be using this tool, and the reality is too is that it can help you a lot in a lot of your processes to make things faster for you. And it doesn't have to be like one or the other, where your skills are guaranteed to atrophy if you're using this tool. It's like no, you can use the tool and also still be growing, and it's not mutually exclusive. So I want to play around with that a little bit more. I'm probably going to do a dedicated video on like me. There's a project that I have in mind that I intentionally haven't shared on stream because I like the idea a lot, and I don't want somebody to like vibe code it in the meantime before I have a chance to build it myself. Yeah, so I actually do want to experiment. Like if I wanted to build something purely for speed, like how would I do that? Using all of the tools available out there right now. Yeah, exactly. Catastrophic. That 100% has been my framing of it. So Catastrophic Blues says, yes, but also decision makers at companies aren't always very smart. So it's worth framing it as you should try it, but not rely on it. Exactly. Like you have to know how to fish still. You still have to know the foundational skills. And at the end of the day, that is where I think everyone falls into agreement. Everyone that I've spoken to, even people that are like, I haven't even been in an editor for like this whole year. Literally, I spoke to devs that were saying that, and they still agreed if they were not already at like staff level, they would not be doing that. It's like the majority of their role now is reviewing code that people have, basically AI generated code, and creating things, basically leveraging AI as much as possible. So even somebody like that though, they're like, if I wasn't staff level, I would not recommend that. It's like, if you're learning, if you're junior, even if you're like mid-level, 100% you need good foundations. You cannot skip over that part. Well, in theory, you can't. Like some people are like, they'd be doing it. They're out there, they'd be doing it. But how maintainable is the software that they're writing? How what is the longevity of that software? Which I think is a really easy thing to overlook. Is staff higher or lower than senior? It's higher. Staff is like the highest level you could be at. So I'd say if you're staff and senior and or have a ton of experience, it makes sense. If you want to delegate, the majority of your work to AI, go for it. You've put the work in, you've done the reps. If that thing were to go offline, you could still do your job. It's the people that are trying to get AI to do all of their job, but they don't know how they would, like, they're completely dependent on it. Maybe don't do that. But I think that's hard too, because I think a lot of us have a tendency to, look to our elders, look to the people that have more experience in the field to get a lay of the land of like, what do we think about this tool? And I think a lot of you, I don't know if any of you follow like Bob Martin, for example, on Twitter. I've seen him talk about how he is not going to, like, how he is hasn't even been writing his own code, doesn't even look at the code that's being generated by the by AI. He just has like really specific constraints and stuff, and that works for him. This is somebody that has like decades of experience in software development. They know, all right, like he would be fine if it went down, Yeah. Yeah. Reviewing AI generated code all day sounds awful. I mean, so much of your job as a software developer, especially like the higher up you get, ends up being code review anyway. But yeah, I get that. That's, yeah, crucial. So that's what I find too. So Crucial Flow Research says, I still write all my code by hand. Typing speed wasn't the bottleneck for me. Yeah, like I haven't gotten AI to generate code for me. But again, I need to try it. I want to try like this video that I'm thinking about doing where I kind of full send it. I want to see what the actual bottlenecks are, because I'm not interested in fully vibe coding the thing. I want to just try and find like the best balance that I can and see where I end up with it. Because it's so easy to just, have a lot of people that are saying that have their own opinions online. And I think I want to like actually kind of test the limits of that a little bit. How do you even type in M dash? I think it's like Alt, isn't it Alt dash or something? Shift Option dash. Yeah, that's something like that. Hearing someone say they don't even look at code sounds so wrong to me, whatever their skill level. Yeah. I also agree with that, but hey, I also do agree with that. I think that's a little extreme for me personally. Let's see. The staff engineer that I work with proves that you can skip all learning / grumble. Really? That's crazy. That shocks me. That seems like how did they get there? What are their secrets? We need a YouTube video, how I became staff engineer in 3 months. Or maybe I'll update the title for YouTube, because I think YouTube's a bit more picky about setting expectations here. Yeah, exactly. Passionate says you also need to know / learn how to use LLMs successfully. Yeah, I feel like if you're purely like ostracizing a new tool, I think that I always think that skepticism is good, but I don't think that it should come at the cost of your future. Both ways. In the way of becoming too dependent on it, on the way of ostracizing it too much. But I mean, I have also seen a lot of poor poor results from, like, since AI has become more widely adopted at a lot of companies. I mean, I've seen some pretty janky behavior from some of the applications that I use, and I'm like, I've actually never witnessed any bugs with this software previously. Yeah. Yo, what's up, gingerbread? Hi. Hi. Which artificial intelligence do you think is best for coding? Yo, I don't know. I don't care. Like, this week this week it's what, probably Fable or something. Next week is gonna be something else. I don't know. I just Google it whenever I'm like, it's fine. You know, I don't know. I Google it. I'm like, what is the best one this week? And then I use that one. I think, but I'm also like, again, I'm not using it that much for like pure code gen. You know, I'm usually being like, hey, can you give me an example of how to do this thing in this language or something like that? If it's been a minute since I've used that language, get it to like critique my code solutions. Again, I think a lot of my framing for like recent development that I've done is mostly centered around like maximizing my learning. So but yeah, I think you can still use it to learn, you know? They're all good enough. Yeah. Exactly. Hi, pink hair girl. What's up? This week, I'm like, for real, it is like that. I know. I'm like, I'm tired. I've seen so many people post about like YouTube content as well. It's just like anytime any new like AI news is out, there's like 10 YouTubers that are doing like update, this just in, best AI model for coding, best AI model for this. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I'm tired. I don't want to set another one up. Like, come on. Come on. Nah. I'm good. Ooh, any suggestions for getting back into coding when you've stopped for 6 months? I'd say try and stack up small wins as much as possible. Like little wins so that you can just get the ball rolling, you get some momentum. I think momentum is really important when you're learning, and especially with dev, because it gives you the confidence to be able to start start building up towards larger, more complex projects without feeling completely overwhelmed. Icarus says YouTube tech videos are just content slop chasing ad money at this point. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's some really good creators out there though. I think there's a lot of really good ones, but I think that there are a lot of people that are just kind of in it for the cash monies. It's outdated by the time they edit the video and post about it. It's old info. Yeah, honestly. Graven says, I hate that some people immediately cancel the person the moment they hear AI, which is a result of people calling too many things AI, which is hurting the actual positive AI. Like, I'm scared to say I use Gemini to logic check and comment my code. So I've switched to saying I use an algorithm to logic check and comment my code. That's so funny. I use the algorithm, the original black box. Question of the day, do you have ADHD? I don't know. Twitch chat has tried to diagnose me with ADHD, but I think everyone would have like their brain would split in half if they were also reading chat while trying to think. Not sure. I wish I could content block anything related to AI. I think there's like still some interesting points to make about it. Like, I think that if people have unique workflows around it, that's really interesting, you know? But I think a lot of people, if you're feeling exhausted using it at work, I think there is a solution to that, you know? I think there are ways to like make it interesting or like restructure your work and your workload in a way that is more engaging for you. And so I like seeing people talk about that stuff. But yeah, if it's just like news stuff, I'm like, whatever. Just Twitch syndrome. Yeah, honestly, that is my diagnosis. I'm like, yeah. Yo, okay. Insepimus says, shout out to sponsor Tailscale. Just got around to using it for the first time. It was so easy to set up. It is insanely easy to set up. I freaking love Tailscale. Well, I was actually gonna try and stream from like multiple cameras, and I was gonna use Moblin, which is like an app that a lot of streamers will use for like IRL streaming and stuff, because you can actually connect that to your OBS, use it as a source in OBS. You can also stream directly from that. But basically, if you want to connect it to your stream PC, which means if your connection drops on your phone, your stream will stay up. You can do that. And I actually, this morning, I thought it would take so much more work, but I managed to actually just get it connected via Tailscale. So I was using Tailscale to connect my stream PC to my phone to be able to do like IRL streams and stuff if I wanted to, which I think is very fun and very cool. The only downside is with my current setup, there is like some latency stuff. So like I think the ways that that G uses it, aka like my main friend that does IRL streams, I think the way that she does it is she has the mic connected to the phone, not my not the stream PC, which is what I have. Okay, salesman. What can I say? I do actually love being able to shill like it has to be one of the best products out there. Actually, if you don't use Tailscale, you're banned. No, I'm just kidding. But it is dope. It is dope. They are very cool. Okay, Stardew is asking, when did the camera angle change? Well, I'm doing like study with me co-working stuff today. I was gonna do a completely different camera angle, but the latency is kind of scuffed. So maybe we'll change back to that when I'm not talking anymore. But I just changed the camera angle so you guys would have like, you'd be able to kind of see my desk, what I'm working on a little bit, but I don't know, you know what? Okay, but there was an interesting Stardaw asks, any tips on talking to staunch anti-AI folks like many artists about how disproportionately better and tooling focused phase 1 LLM great placement rollouts has been for us in tech versus creatives? I don't think you need to convince them. It sounds like you're trying to convince them to use it. I don't think you need to do that. I think that like some people are just going to decide, they're just going to decide to not use it. And I think that honestly, it's valid. You're allowed to like object to the ethics of it or whatever. But I also do think that there are a lot of ways it can alleviate your workflow, but you don't gotta, it's not your job to convince them. I got used to this now. Not gonna lie, you leave it like this angle forever. I just want to convince some people to stop offloading all working communication to AI. It is very funny. I think it's such a red flag to offload. Like, if you decide that AI is good enough for a final product, I think that's wild work. Like, to me, that just kind of shows that you're... Okay, hear me out. This is going to be a bit of a hot take for me because I am normally I feel like a little gentler with my takes. But I feel like you're kind of just really pointing out the fact that you're really like lazy. It's just showing that you're lazy and you don't have integrity in your work. If you're happy to pass off all of your work, final version, to AI, you think that's good enough? Come on. That's just sad. Take some pride in your work, Also, you're proving that you're replaceable. Exactly. I'm like, what are you bringing to the table? No, literally, like, okay. Yeah, what do you bring to the table? There was some posts that I've seen as well from like SF tech bros that were like, oh yeah, I ask AI where to bring my dates. I'm like, have you tried talking to them and seeing what their interests are and coming up with a plan based on that? Why you gotta, like, you're replaceable. You're an AI boyfriend IRL. That's crazy. Have a personality. I don't know. Have an original take in your life. Okay, sorry. That was a little rough, but pissing me off, okay? God. Should I eat mushrooms? Okay, with the state of the parasite, I would say definitely not. All right? Absolutely not. You guys, I had a dream that I started growing my own lettuce because I was like, I can't have lettuce, but what if I want a salad? Okay, there's no lettuce is safe right now. You've been eating Taco Bell with lettuce, bro. No, stop. You're gonna, listen. You're field testing it for the rest of us. You're the guinea pig right now. I can't rant about lettuce without going political. Bro's living life on the edge. Dude, it was so funny. Somebody posted their like, what was it? It was like this girl, they were like, I heard this girl in front of me ordering Chipotle, and she asked the worker, is this lettuce safe? And they went, I don't know. And she said, okay, yeah, I'll get lettuce then. Oh my God. Dude, Sam, I just YOLO'd some Taco Bell with lettuce today. Holy shit. Oh my God. Y'all are living life on the edge. You just want to feel something, don't you? You're like, you know what? Haven't gotten a gift in a while. Maybe if I end up hospitalized, I'll get some freaking flowers, you know? God. That is so funny. Taco Bell just cancels out the parasite. 2 negatives make a positive. That's awesome. Seriously, what's wrong with the lettuce? The lettuce is contaminated. There's like a parasite that's going around that was okay, wait, let me look into it, okay? Lettuce. Why can't we eat? Okay. It's Cyclospora. All right, hear me out. Okay, federal officials have linked the parasite to shredded iceberg lettuce, which sounds exactly like the Taco Bell lettuce, for what it's worth, sourced from Taylor Farms facilities in central Mexico. Although a specific test result was later confirmed a false positive. Okay, well, the agency maintains that the recall is necessarily based on the epidemiological data. So basically, it is okay. Cyclosporiasis causes severe watery diarrhea, cramps, and fatigue. Some people have been hospitalized for it. Listen, I get that you're tired of your job, but you can't get extra sick days from this, you guys. You can't do it. Imagine you get like Taco Bell with lettuce, DoorDash to work. Like, you're like, please let it be the one. Let this be the one that gets me out of here. I can if I can't reach your office. Yeah. It was just a skill issue. I ate the bacteria and was totally fine. You know, we can all, I actually bet that there is some stream going on somewhere on the internet that is like eating Taco Bell with lettuce until I get cyclosporia. People be doing anything for content anymore, okay? They be doing anything these days. Is it also in Canada? I don't know. Because I think we get a lot of our produce from like California and Mexico. Like a lot of that stuff we don't grow here. I don't know if it affects anything grown here or not. So yeah. The best, wait, the best was a TikTok ranting about their PTO being denied, so they eat lettuce. That's awesome. Eating a salad every day until I get free time off, until I get more PTO. All right, you guys, should we do some work? This is so fun though. It's very fun yapping with all of you. I don't have health insurance. Oh my god. Wait, aren't you you're the one you've been saying you've been eating Taco Bell with lettuce? Holy shit. I've been eating Taco Bell with lettuce. Yeah, I'm feeling better than ever. I don't have health insurance. Oh, that's awesome. That's so good. Oh my god. Eating Taco Bell with lettuce builds character. You're so right. Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. All right. Do I even have any music on this? I think I might. There's a chance do I have my classical music on here? I don't even know. We might just be yapping. I, however, might need to get a different pair of headphones so that I can do, I've got to look at review some videos to see if I can post them. And it's so funny. You guys are so funny. What a combo to tune in on while using the bathroom. Hey, are you calling my stream a shitter stream? Hello? You're like, this is my favorite content to watch while I'm on the toilet. Just kidding. That's how I know you're a real one. It's allowed. It scared the shit out of you. Finally. Guys, should I put music on? I feel bad if I'm just here working. I'm working late because I'm a streamer. Ooh, wait, guys, okay, thoughts from the audience. Do y'all have any companies you think are really cool? Okay, this is actually what I need from everyone. And you don't have to answer this here. You can answer this in the comments. I can put music on. Valve, Cybrant. Okay. I'm also looking for charities, which I think I mentioned before, and then people responded and I missed it. Ecosoft. I don't know if you know them, not gonna lie. Wait, who? Charities like what kind? I think some charities that help maybe trying to think. I feel like there's so many. I think the kids always need help. TBH, Costco would be a banger. I think somehow making education more accessible for kids would be great. I know that there's a lot of people where it's like, you know, like based on their environment, there are like more limited opportunities. No kid hungry is always good. Ooh, okay. You're right. Okay, that actually sounds dope. A new angle again. Well, it's co-working. I was trying, listen, I had a different angle that we can relaunch in a sec. Okay, y'all like this angle? It's kind of fun, huh? Switching angles is fun. Every stream we're a little different. Iceberg lettuce for kids? No. No. Okay, I will make note of these because I'm trying to. I know that we did. So back in 2021, we raised, this community raised, I want to say, I think it was 8,000 or 10,000 US dollars for the Mines Advisory Group, which is basically their goal is to make the world landmine free. So they remove landmines from war affected areas. I think that was a really good cause. But I'll have to think about. I also, I love hearing from you guys, and I to me, I'm like, I feel like I'm just the facilitator. Okay, I want us to be able to impact things that we're all collectively invested in / interested in. I'm heavily biased towards animal education, but I feel like there's so many. I do feel like there's so much charity going towards animals. You know, your camera's super high quality. Curious what camera you use? I use the Sony ZV-E10, and I just use the lens that comes out of the box. It was honestly a really good value camera. I think I have it linked. ZV, I think it's E10, something like that. But I think I have it I have it linked in the about section actually of my Twitch. There should be a panel with like all of my links for my whole setup. There's also Alveus. That is true. That's true. Alveus. I will use your link if I buy. Thank you. Thank you. I need the Bezos bucks, okay? Any money that I make is money that that we take away from Bezos. Kind of. The Sony ZV-E10 and MK2 make really good cameras in general for vlogging and general pics. Honestly, they're awesome. They have a lot of really good like built-in settings. So for example, one thing that's generally really hard to do is like color grading. And with the Sony ZV-E10, you can actually set the color, what's it called? I don't remember what the unit is called, but you can set the coloring of the image if you tap something that is white on your like in your current shot, and it'll color grade. It'll set it based on that to make it like a true white. Yeah, but there's white balance, but there's like, I think it's like lumens or something. No, lumens, Kelvin. I think it's Kelvin. It's Kelvin. Yeah, but you can set the white balance for your current shot by clicking on something that's white, and it'll use that as a frame of reference to set the kelvins properly, which is huge because a lot of once you get into like the really high grade cameras, like I had what was it? The Lumix. I don't know. I had a really nice like Lumix camera that was also obviously great, but it was like, I think the camera itself was like $5,000, and then the lens was like $3,000 or something crazy like that. This was like like company order, like the company owned it kind of thing. But it didn't have as good like easy presets. It's like you have to like really know how camera works for any kind of my brain is blanking, for any kind of like DSLR camera to be worth setting up. Like this one is great because it's like pretty plug and play, which is really nice. Bezos is too busy sending Katy Perry into space. You're crazy for that. Also streaming in 4K resolution illegally for Twitch is, wait, are you not allowed to stream to 4K? Oh, I was like, where is my phone? Wait, what do I need my phone for? Oh, because I wanted to sign into Twitter and ask Twitter or something, but I don't think I can. Oh my god, I can't get over Spotlight search is so freaking broken. It's insane. Oh, I'm gonna change the categories. Basically, I wish I could remove everything in one fell swoop. I'm gonna make it just search for apps. Because I really don't use it for anything else. All right. Let's see if that, oh, no, it still didn't. Okay, that didn't save. What's even the point? Yeah. Do I make games? No, but I think that'd be very fun. Okay, Maria says, I borrowed 2 lenses for a festival that I went to and they killed my back, so it's understandable why you prefer a lighter setup in this case. Yeah. It's like, it's a whole ordeal once you get it. There's like, I find with some things, there's diminishing returns, you know? You're allowed to stream to 2K with enhanced broadcasting where your encoder generates a 1080p stream and some other lower resolutions. Oh, interesting. I'm surprised that would be an issue. I just stream to 4K because I'm multi-streaming. I stream to 4K and then YouTube you can downscale it and whatever. I mean, I think on Twitch they could just limit it. Why is everyone loving Java these days? Is everyone loving Java these days? Let's see. I literally have to go to my to my applications folder and find the one I'm looking for. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I don't know if this is still right. Oh, also, if y'all haven't been put on game with the YubiKeys yet, you should look into these. Okay? Hardware multi-factor is the best. But just get more than one and back it up. Oh man, I don't know which security key I have set up for this though. Oh, this is my favorite, one of my favorite little purchases of all time. Okay, don't look at my nails though. They're kind of janky right now. My little cat pouch. That's what I put. I have literally, it's just full of, it's got some dog hair in there. Okay. It's just full of my YubiKeys. Got like multiple YubiKeys. Also got a little guy. And then I also have my framework, my little like framework dongles. And then I also have a converter of USB-C to USB-A. But this is what I keep it in. Yeah, it is perfect for this. I was trying to figure out what to use this little pouch for because I bought it when I was in Japan. I was like, I need this. And but I couldn't figure out what to use it for. I have a smaller one that's a bunny. It's Miffy. If any of you know Miffy, I have a smaller one that's a bunny that I use for my wired headphones. It can't fit my AirPods, but it can fit my wired headphones. It's not a want, it's a need. I know. We need Bash Bunny storefront. You bought one from Daiso? They have that? Ooh. I need this. I have to figure out what to use it for. Okay, listen, you're going to tell me you're going to walk right by this thing and say no? You're wrong. I hate to be the one to say it, but that's fucked up. You're wrong for that. Actually, wait, another thing that I found recently. You guys, I got this. Wait, it's not going to focus because my face is in the frame, I think. Listen, I'm obsessed with this thing. It's one of those eternity pencils or whatever. And it's a pencil, but it like lasts for 100 pencils worth of things. What do I need YubiKeys for? Security? Yeah, so these are great. This is my newest obsession. It's like a normal pencil, but it never dulls. What do I need YubiKeys for? Security? So YubiKeys are great for securing your accounts. You can use it as basically a hardware multi-factor option. It's good for it basically, instead of having to rely on your authenticator app, you can use your YubiKey. You can also, they have a Yubico authenticator app where then it's not like linked to a specific device or account. It's actually linked to your YubiKeys. And so you could be on anyone's phone, use the Yubico authenticator app, tap your YubiKey on it and get all of your authenticator passwords. Basically they make it like, it makes it so that, yeah, nobody can get into your account, where it's like you need this physical item in order to get access to your accounts. You have to like really lock down your accounts though. Like you can't have any other options to get in. But it basically just means like nobody will be able to get into your account without having the physical key. And if I lose this key, salute. Yeah, if you lose the key, that's why you want to have more than one. Like you pretty much should have one that is always in a safe place that you like never touch. And then you can have one that you have with you all the time. But I'd always at least have two. Yeah. But yeah, it's awesome. You can also use them. Yeah, if you're a dev, you can also use them for SSH. I think I have, if you want to do any kind of affiliate, anything, I have like the Amazon link in my Twitch about section. But you can also have SSH keys and encryption keys, like your GPG keys, like stored on your YubiKey, which is dope because that means basically you don't have to have a key that's set on each machine that you have. You can just have like a key that's authorized. And then whenever you have that plugged into any of your machines, it just works. How do we sync with the backup one? You create the key one time. You don't need to like sync things. I guess sometimes you can add different services and you can add it. Yeah, you like sometimes if you're, for example, if you wanted to add it to like your Google account or GitHub account or something like that, you basically you add each of those keys as authorized keys, and then that's it. So you basically have each key is like a different authorized passkey, or it's like they're not clones of each other. They're just like they're all registered as authorized, so that if you lose one, you can remove access to it without, getting locked out of your accounts. Yeah, you have to register them to everything. Okay, Bit says, hi there. I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts currently on i3 versus something like Sway? Is there any reason to move away from i3? Or is there a reason to move back to i3 compared to others? So personally, I tried out Sway. I tried out Sway for a while and ended up moving back to i3 just because I found i3 just works. It's very reliable. I didn't necessarily have that same experience with Sway. I know that a lot of people have really good experiences with Hyperland. I personally haven't, like, the extent of my experience with Hyperland was me using Omarchi, and it was really smooth there. But personally, I like that. I find i3 the easiest to just, it just works. Okay. Shaka, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And I think I possibly missed a raid. Dr. Doolittle, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in, raiders. We're kind of just chatting, and then we're probably going to do some work together as well. Okay. But I'm kind of doing stuff in the background while we're chatting. Sort of like passkeys, but hardware, right? I think in some cases, passkeys are hardware. Hold on. Let me double check that, because I know your phone. So what's interesting actually is your phone has a built-in like security key, just like YubiKeys. So iPhones have that. I think probably MacBooks have it. But that is really cool, because that also is something where if you use like a shell application, you can also have SSH keys and stuff like stored on your like base, like from your, on your device, which is very cool. Okay, Icarus says passkeys are meant to be an evolution of this concept, but they started letting them be copied, so it's less secure. Actually, this is a good idea for, let me try and make sure I don't leak anything. I'm gonna write down some of these ideas that y'all are interested in. Okay. Let me see if I have the classical music on this one. One sec. Oh, I do. And y'all can hear it right now. Okay. Cool. Let me add it actually. Okay, watch your ears for a sec. I don't know how loud this is gonna be. Watch your, oh wait, I'll just make it not visible. Okay, good. Actually, wait, I actually don't think that there's a way for me to adjust the volume without making it visible. Can I pause it? Okay, I can pause it. Okay, okay. Let's see. I might make it a touch lower. Minus 10, minus... I think minus 20 is probably good. Is that too loud? I'll turn it down a touch. I think it's a little bit loud. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Nice, nice, nice. All right, now we have, now you got some music. Do I dance on stream? Nah, not really. Maybe one day. Like waltzing or something? I used to do ballet. Oh, outside as a hobby or something? Yeah, I would, for sure. I'm a trained dancer. I used to dance. Which software is that? Something GPU bound or something? Usually X Wayland runs everything not Wayland native. Oh, I think y'all are having a conversation. Okay, Bit is saying, yes, i3 is X11 base. Often I get issues with Wayland for the software I use on a daily basis and some issues the other way around. So I often find having to need KDE for certain workflows in i3. Yeah, that was one thing. So I think if you're using certain distros, it'll just kind of like, you know, handle that for you. Like it'll start an X server when you run Wayland, etc., just to make sure that you can still run like different applications that like aren't supported necessarily on Wayland. So they can still you can still run those without issue. But for Nix, I did have to configure that manually. Yeah. How do you know so much about netcode? I don't know shit about netcode. What are you saying? What do you mean? What? Okay, some services do replace multi-factor with passwords plus something else with just passkeys. This is mainly because the two-factor is because of password phishing, which makes it more difficult to do with passkeys. Not everything needs multi-factor if you eliminate phishing. Interesting. Can we skip the entire login form with YubiKey like passkeys? Yes. Yeah, and depending on the software. The problem with passkeys is everyone has implemented them differently. I'm gonna write that down too. Look into that. I do think that would be a very fun little side quest to look at. What was I gonna try and do? Oh yeah, I was gonna try and ask people on Twitter. Oh. I'm asking the people on Twitter and Mastodon for their favorite charities and nonprofits. What do you think about browser extension development? What about it? Like, am I interested in it? I personally, I never install any extensions. I don't trust nobody. Have you tried Neri? No, but I've heard really good things about Neri actually, as a window manager. What soundtrack is that? I have a video on my channel that's like my favorite. Let me try and find it. My favorite classical music playlist. It's a custom one. When did I post it? Oh my gosh, it was actually a while ago. I keep thinking it's like more recent than it is. Time flies when you're old. Do you trust pizzerias to make pizza? Wait, who was I not trusting? Honestly, yeah. I think they could. I think they could do it. Yeah, if browser extensions. Nah, that's different. That's so different. That's like, no, because most browser extensions want to see every single web page. They want 100% access to every single web page, all the everything on every web page that you visit, which I don't think we need that. Is AI frowned upon here? Not at all. We're you know what? I like, we just be chatting. Everyone is allowed to have their own opinions. And I think that that's a good thing. And I will never want a community where people are ostracized for, you know, having a different opinion on something. That said, we don't dabble into politics, okay? We don't need to do that. That's across the line. There's enough polarization on that front online, okay? There's other places you can talk about that. This don't gotta be it. We will talk about diarrhea lettuce, though. Okay. I got some work I gotta do as well, so let me lock in for a touch of time. God, I think my SSD is getting like a loose connection with USB-C. Have any of you had that where it's like I don't know if it's the cable or the port gets like loosened over time and then it detects that it's disconnected? Yeah. That's been happening to me recently. Not great. What's your MBTI? I'm INFJ. Okay, I think this is better. Ooh. I'm excited. So much content for y'all. Would you study? We mostly do computing stuff here, so typically I would be studying anything related to like software development, computer science. This is the spot for that. You seem more like INTJ? Possibly, but I don't think so, because I very much go off of vibes. I go off of vibes more than logic in some ways. You guys, I got a question. I don't like bullies. Okay, this is gonna come out of left field. I don't like bullies. And I'm kind of somebody that was always like raised to, you know, if you see something like happening that you think is unjust, like you should speak out. It's interesting. I feel like as an adult, there's a lot more nuance to it. But I'm curious, what are your guys' takes on that? If there's a situation where it could, you know, like how much is it, are you being complacent if you stay silent versus speaking out about things? Not politics, just like, I don't think that's political, is it? This is politics? Is it? Yeah, like, so for example, if you know that if someone has been like bullied, mistreated, whatever, is it like, if you know that, is it like your duty to, you know, if you're aware? Probably see something, say something. The foundation of politics down here in the South. That's so interesting. I'll snitch, but stay out of it. But snitch to who? Like, you know? Because once you, like, depending on the format, you know? Like, I don't know. It's like, once you are publicly involved in something, like that like involves you. That now you're involved. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of it depends. Yeah. Cleanly, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Raises the question as to what constitutes as bullying. Let's see. What constitutes as bullying? I can't say too much. Let's see. This is why it's politics? Interesting. Yeah, I'm like, what is the definition of bullying? I guess I have some very specific examples that I cannot say. Wait, I can't say. Basically just somebody, no guys, we don't actually talk, they're joking that this is politics, okay? This is like interpersonal stuff. Yeah. No. Yeah, Never mind. I don't know if I don't know that I can give examples that are sufficient or like without it. I would say if you're like threatening people and stuff, you know? I think if you're threatening people that is bullying. Yeah, I don't know. Is this about Rust? Maybe. We're talking about Rust. You caught me. Okay, guys, okay, never mind. Cancel the conversation. This did not need to, I don't know why this is so political. I'm not talking about anyone who's like, we're not talking about people running the countries, okay? I don't know why bullying is political. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, never mind. This is crazy. Yeah, Jedi. Jedi says harassment that influences emotional or physical distress, whether verbal or non-verbal, equals bullying. Yeah, okay, never mind. New topic. Cancel. This opened a can of worms I wasn't expecting online. That's okay. We shuffle onwards. Do you do coding in assembly? That's a good vibe. We don't do assembly, no. Last stream we did some coding in Elm, which was very fun. That's like functional programming. Yeah. It's fun. I haven't touched Zig in a while. Have their docs improved? Do you have any plans for low-level coding? I've been meaning to get into it, but it's so deep. Not necessarily. Not really. I don't have any like ideas for things that I'd want to build that is like low level, you know? I know, Steven. All right, I got a little bit of work to do. Let me try and get a thing going. Have you finished the Rusty Lab project? No, it's on the back burner at the moment. We will get back into it, but I got some other stuff I got to do first. I think this was I gotta get that gossip. Nah, there's no gossip. There's no gossip. There's nothing. It was just more of a philosophical question. Because the internet is all over the place. I was just curious. What y'all think. I think I mostly ask about all that stuff just because I am like kind of sometimes too direct for my own good. You know what I mean? I don't know if any of you are like that, where I'm just like, if there's like, you will see my real thoughts like right out, on my face. Like I am just very, I don't know. Also quick to like probably call things out, even if it's better that I don't. So I was mostly just getting y'all take on like, if you're an adult, how do you, what's the consensus on how people elegantly handle stuff? Why didn't that copy over? There we go. There's no consensus. Everything has nuance. Okay, yeah, fair. Can I get your take on Go and Golang / their in their direction? I have to look. I haven't stayed up to date necessarily on some of the newer releases. Do you mean, are there like specific new releases that you're wanting my take on, or just like generally about the language? You've got no adult answers, maybe. Have you tried Advent of Code? Yeah, Advent of Code is fun. I've never gotten that far into it. I feel like I always get sidetracked. Oh, yo, hey, Muesli. Hi, Muesli. Would you say Scala is the best programming language as it combines both Haskell functional programming with monads alongside OOP? Scala? So Scala is interesting because I think Scala, there's probably a lot of Scala jobs. This is coming purely from, like, this is not coming from stats. Okay, I got no stats to back this. But I'd imagine that there would be a lot of Scala jobs because there's a lot that's written in Java. And Scala, the fact that it kind of like runs on the JVM and then integrates with Java code. I think is really interesting. But yeah, it gives a bit of a different different flavor, being that it's mostly functional. Yeah, I've spoken to a few devs actually that did Scala professionally, but I'd say, is Scala the actual best programming language? Because it involves functional programming with monads alongside Java. I think in terms of satisfaction, a lot of people really like OCaml. But yeah, I think in like a enterprise environment, I could see Scala being really popular choice, but I don't know firsthand. Would you ever get into game dev? I probably. I think that is definitely one of the hills I will climb at one point. Anything that needs a VM is not on the list of best language, in my opinion. I think the fact that it integrates already with Java is, I think, what would make it have higher adoption. Like, would I write something brand new in Scala? Probably not. But if I'm working on an existing Java system and I can use Scala, then I probably would. Like, that sounds cool. All right, let's do some. Game dev is a rabbit hole, then again, probably your cup of tea. I'd probably like maybe like a tiny little game, you know? I don't think I'd ever do anything super substantial, but like a little fun thing would be funny. No, indie, it was more so I was just looking in the context of like other creators and stuff that I saw. Like, you know, after like Streamer U and stuff, I feel like I've seen so many different takes on it, and I was just curious what like my audience thoughts were. Definitely nothing. It's like very much hypothetical. I was just curious because I feel like I see so much on Twitter, and then I'm like, is that really like the internet? Because Twitter's so bawdy, you know? It's so botted. Okay. Oh, actually, I think this one's the one I need to edit. A lot of drama on the internet. For real, for real. Mm. Caldor, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And Cleanly, Shaka, thank you all for the Primes. Good night, Indy. Good night, pink hair girl. Oh, we're studying. Let me update the... What am I working on? I am, I got some content that I gotta edit for y'all. So I'm doing some editing stuff right now. And then I'll probably lock in on some more coding focused tasks once I've got once I have more of this stuff done. Hi, Emmanuel. Alright, guys, I'll see if there's any like fun topics that I wanted to touch on today's stream. I feel bad making y'all do a cozy co-working on a Saturday. But I think you guys will like the video that I'm working on. It's a little open sauce recap video, which I think y'all will want to see. Very fun. Let me see. I'll look at my other computer. I think I have more of my stuff on there. Guys, one of these days we need to make some music with Haskell. That would be dope. I'm getting stuff done that I hadn't meant to. I definitely appreciate this stuff. Okay, okay. As long as it's having a positive impact. I actually do have an interesting video that I can film right now. Let me summarize it like this so that I can retain. Hi, Boldrose. Boldrose says, hello, new to the stream. What are you working on and how well do I know JS? I do dodge JS whenever possible. I actually just rewrote my personal blog in Elm, which actually compiles to JavaScript, but it's a functional programming language. And there's a lot of really interesting frameworks for different UIs that are based off of the Elm architecture. So it's kind of a fun one to learn. Like the fact that it is so well designed that it is like still influencing so many projects on how like basically patterns for that make for like an easy and consistent front end for your applications is pretty dope. But yeah, the language itself, a functional language that compiles to JavaScript, creates a static site as well, which is dope. Cynical says, I found you on YouTube looking at Emacs, and I'm spending my Saturday night making it look pretty. I love that. You know what? I think us devs, sometimes we're a little too pragmatic. I think we should just be doing shit for fun, you know? I'm like, who cares what the best solution is? Let's tinker with some dot files, okay? Let's tinker with our setup a little bit, because that's fun and cozy. It doesn't always have to be the most optimal solution all the time, you know? You're in your JavaScript arc at the moment. What you doing with JavaScript? Share with the class. What are you up to? Why have you chosen JavaScript? Okay. Okay. So I think an interesting idea that we could probably tackle is some tips about finishing projects. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, ironic coming from me. I do know how to finish projects. I just don't finish projects, okay? It's a personality flaw, not a skill issue. No, but seriously, I think that would be that could be an interesting thing to touch on. My chair is moving. There are like buttons in the arm that sometimes I hit. Hello? Do you go out further? Chance I've maxed it out. That's a Vibe Coder's motto, yeah, for real. Okay, all right, Bold Roast says, I've been doing a lot of base coding of dependency-free web apps that stratify the data across CSS, HTML, and JS. It's an anti-AI chat tool. I'm almost done with the white paper, but it's RGB. What are you talking about? RGB-based encryption? What? What are you talking about? What about professional practices? Oh yeah, I was gonna go to sleep. Oh, RIP. Now you're trapped here. Okay. Let me take a quick look at, I think it would be fun to look at finishing projects, when you consider it done, how to stick to a schedule, and tips for managing scope. So I'm actually gonna also defer to some people online because I've been enjoying basically giving my take and then reacting to some other people's takes. Yeah, I'm like, wait, RGB encryption, huh? I was like, the other one, to stratify the data for base coding of dependency-free web apps, stratifying the data across CSS, HTML, and JavaScript, it doesn't make sense. Make it make sense, brother. That don't make sense. I think you're just making stuff up. Wait, is RGB encryption real? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. RGB. Oh, it's image encryption. Techniques used to secure colored digital images by processing their RGB channels. What? Not that. Yeah, you know what? You win. I'm throwing in the towel on that one. I'm out. I'm out with that one. Okay, with that said, goodbye, Jojo. Thank you for hanging out. Chris, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And the keyboard sound, y'all like that? Mm-hmm. It's nice. Hi, Amin. Stefan says the scope one is so real. Sometimes you just let it spiral to a point it overwhelms you and feels more like a chore. Yeah, 100%. I think I just threw my mouth a little muesli. Can I? Okay. There's no VIPs or anything in YouTube chat. The keyboard sounds so nice. I also love it. Y'all are funny. I might share my one of my windows in a minute here. What we studying today? We were doing a little bit of co-working. I'm gonna maybe chat about some tech stuff in a little minute though. And we'll chat about some stuff. I'm getting hungry. It's almost lunchtime. I see that, hydrate. I will. Out of water. I'm all out of water. Okay, let me Alrighty. So let's do, let me update the stream title again. Let's talk about finishing projects. All right. Okay. I don't know if this angle is good for filming. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know, but we'll try it out. We'll see. We'll see what the people say. Okay. So let me get this rooted in my head first. Oh, and also do I want to, is there a popular angle, but probably for different goals? Yeah, I think so. We'll try it. Maybe we try it, or I can just lower it. Hold on. Making adjustments to the cam while on live stream, classic. All right, we're back. I think this is closer to my usual filming setup. Actually, I might have to pivot this a little bit so that chat is in or something, or like not on me. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I should hide chat or not in my videos. We'll find out. Alrighty. Also, these are less cute when you can't fully see them. Hold on. I'm gonna pull them down. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, let's talk about, we're gonna talk about finishing projects. We're gonna talk about when, oh, I think it's, hold on, it's focused on my mic. Who's raiding? Abu, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I should definitely turn the noties off though for filming. Do I have a filming one? I'll just turn that off. Turn music off. Alrighty. Thank you so much. We're gonna talk about what it takes to finish projects. So let me quickly get myself up to speed on what I feel like talking about. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to talk about is when is a project considered done? We also want to talk about timing. Basically how to keep it within a specific time constraint and deliver it on time. And then different tips for managing scope. Okay. And I've got some other notes here that I'm going to want to reference. We'll see. We'll see. I'm still getting used to like filming things on stream. Okay. I'm heading out. If you're interested in the RGB thing, let's connect. We're building a team. Oh, interesting. You can join the Discord if you'd like. All right. All right. So okay. This is for personal projects. I can tell though, like my brain feels a little bit out of sync. My brain feels a little bit like I'm not going to be able to retain any of the information of what I'm talking about, which is fine. Okay, when is it done? Timing, scope. Okay. Today I want to talk about something that I know a lot of programmers struggle with, and that is personal projects, mostly finishing them. And one of the biggest challenges that we can face is knowing when it's done. Another thing is actually finishing it on time with whatever definition that finishing it on time. Another thing is finishing it on time, and of course figuring out scope for your project, because we know that scope creep is probably one of the biggest killers of personal projects of all time, and what turns a very fun project into feeling like a complete chore. So in this video, I will cover all of those things, and we'll talk about my takes on it and some tips from the internet on what they think. Okay. Now, when projects, I'm actually going to move that. Okay. Now, what makes you consider a project done? I think the easiest thing to say is to have a very clear picture of what it is that you're trying to build and have what is the smallest piece that it could possibly be. Meaning, let's say that you want to build out a tool. First, let's make it local. First, let's make it for a single user. You know, like what is the simplest possible thing that you could make from your idea? And once you have that done, you can create a release. You can then decide if you want to keep moving forward with this, knowing that you've already crossed the finish line, or knowing that you've already crossed the finish line, but you still have things you want to learn, including scaling up, including having a multi-user system. But at the very least, it also allows you to step away if the project is no longer serving you. I really like to try and reference the Unix philosophy in this case, which is if you're going to build something, have it do one thing and have it do it really well. Have it be something that is extensible, that works well with other software. Obviously, this depends on like what specifically you're building. It feels like a lot of the Unix philosophy, that kind of guidance does cater better to more command line focused applications, where it's also saying that you should expect that the outputs of your application are going to be used as inputs in some other application, or the outputs of your program are going to be used as inputs to another program. That doesn't necessarily hold true with a user-facing application where you have like a full-fledged GUI and stuff like that. But generally, I think a really important thing that you want to keep in mind is like, why are you building this thing? If it's for learning, what are your learning goals with it? I actually don't think that there's anything wrong with stepping away from a project when it's no longer serving those goals. So I think actually sometimes more importantly than the features themselves that you want to see in a piece of software is what are the outcomes that you want from this software? And making sure that you are still getting those things while you're building it. And if it's no longer ticking off those boxes, then it really doesn't hurt to step away and pivot towards something that is going to give you those results. Another thing to keep in mind is that with software, there is always going to be another thing to keep in mind when you're building software is that there's always going to be more that you could add to it. But every single yes is a lifelong commitment for that piece of software, especially if it's part of a major version release. If it's a minor version, you can kind of get away with breaking changes, but it is a bit of an anti-pattern to do that. You don't really want to rug pull your users when they get used to a specific piece of functionality. So keep in mind that everything that you include in your project is something that you're going to have to maintain. So generally keeping that as lean as possible is going to serve you in the long run. And I'm sure that if you choose to go the other way, where you add in every single feature known to mankind, you'll start to feel the maintenance burden of that. And it'll maybe teach you to make different decisions in the future. Now let's talk about timing, because it's really easy for things to just kind of fall out of your line of sight and, take 2 years, what could have taken a month. Like I think sometimes we just kind of put stuff on the back burner and forget about it. And in reality, it would be nice to actually just have that thing wrapped up with a bow, all completed, and not have to double back and fix it. Oh, that's not what I want to say. Let's see. Why is this a one-sided convo we just got here? We're talking a bit about finishing projects. The next challenge, of course, is timing. Trying to figure out how to finish your project on time with whatever that deadline might be. Often it'll just be like self-imposed, right? Of, I want to finish my shell in a month. I want to finish my shell in a couple weeks. And, it's easy for us to maybe miss that deadline and then fail to set another one, and or just find that it just falls off by the wayside and you're just not prioritizing it to the extent that you want. Not that I'm speaking from experience and that I have a shell project that I probably could have finished a lot sooner and keep putting off. So I definitely relate to this, but I'll share a couple things that help me overcome this when I'm feeling more responsible with my life. One of the biggest things that you can do, I think, is create constraints for yourself with your time. So generally what I've found is that projects will expand to give. Generally what I've found is that any task that you're doing, including one thing that I've found is that any task or project that you are, okay, hold on. That worked. You guys distracted me. Okay. One thing that I found is that what am I trying to say? I forgot. Oh yeah. Okay. One thing that I found is that any task or even project that I have will expand to take whatever time I allow it. So typically one of the best things that I can do is actually just try and scope the time that I have to work on that thing. This can be a really fun way, actually, if you phrase it to yourself as a bit of a challenge of, instead of thinking, I want to build this thing in 2 weeks, it's what can I build in 2 weeks? Let's say I want to build a shell. How much of a shell can I build in 2 weeks? And then you're going to kind of, I feel like, want to challenge that and almost like see if next time that you build it, you can do more, And so framing it, I think, more as a challenge is a really interesting way that you can kind of like work with yourself to try and compete and have a bit of a different mindset around your deadline versus if you're just trying to say, oh, there's this thing I have to do by this time. It's more so, how much of this can I get done? And let me really push my own capacity, my own limits here. Another thing that I've mentioned probably a million times on this channel is Pomodoro. Another thing that I've probably mentioned like a million times on this channel are like Pomodoro method. oh my God, I can't. Another thing that I've mentioned probably like a million times on this channel is Pomodoro timers. So this is basically setting a timer for a working session where you're going to have some tasks that you're aiming to complete and you're giving your full focus during that work time. Personally, I find this super effective for like every task that I need to do, including even like chores around the house. If I just set like a 15-minute timer to like clean up in the morning, my place is going to be so much more spotless. My place is going to be so much more intact and clean than if I was just trying to make time for it whenever I could. I think setting timers is a really great hack that you can do to work on something consistently and have pretty good results. What else? Yeah, in summary, try to create containers for yourself, set amounts of time that you have dedicated to work on specific tasks, I find to be a really good thing. And even trying to frame it as a way that is a bit more of a challenge. How much of this can I get done in 1 hour instead of I have 1 hour to do this thing? I don't know. Maybe it's just more of a, maybe it's just me, but I really like the idea of kind of framing these things more of as a challenge instead of a, a chore, which maybe I'm just a grown-up kid, okay? And I don't want to do my chores. Alrighty. And then let's talk about tips for managing scope. Mm. Finally, let's also talk about my tips for managing scope. I think scope creep can come from a lack of direction. I think one of the easiest things that you can do is come up with a plan for yourself. As I mentioned earlier in the video, make sure that you have a specific goal. Make sure that you have a specific goal for your project. If it's learning, make sure you have those learning goals written down. Tick them off as you tick them off as you solve them. And same thing with features. If it's something that you're building out that you want to be kind of more substantial, you can also have a very specific set of features. How you go about solving those things is going to vary. You might run into, there's so many times I feel like where you have, there's so many times where you can build something out and then realize you have to backtrack, scrap a bunch of your work, and do a different implementation. And that is a very normal part of your development process. Quite similar to how artists will sketch their work before painting it. It's kind of a similar thing with, trying out different ideas, different implementations with software, and then scrapping it and going a different direction. It's just very much part of the development process. I'd say that if you're tempted to add a lot of extra features, I would say at the very least, make sure that your first release is the minimum viable product of your project. The MVP is a term that you'll probably hear a lot in the software development community. It's essentially like, what is the smallest potential scope that this project could have? As I mentioned earlier, that would be having a local solution first, having a single user solution, like trying to just keep it to the absolute core functionality, no nice to haves, just what is the most basic functionality that this needs to be able to run. What else? Okay. It's funny because you guys can't hear my sub notifications, but I can still hear them while I'm filming. You guys are so funny. Harpua, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oris, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you, thank you. This is awesome. I love to see the making of videos. It's kind of fun. I'm trying to get better at doing it on stream. I get so derailed. Alrighty, let's see if there's any interesting conversation online. Yeah, if you want to distract and interrupt, the easy button is subbing. Easy, easy. Alrighty. Lol, I'm broke. Use your parents' Amazon Prime. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Y'all don't gotta do nothing. Let's see. Trying to see if there's any interesting. I'm reading Reddit right now. Here, we can actually probably read it together. Although I'm being really brave, showing what else do I have open? Okay. Please advise, I feel lost because of AI. Why do you feel lost? There's nothing to feel lost about. You don't gotta. Okay. This is kind of wrong. Don't worry, software engineering is not dead. There's an echo? There's an echo here? Really? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Wait, no, it's not my desktop audio. Yeah, but you guys shouldn't be getting any desktop audio here anyway. Hello? There's no echo. You guys are freaking messing with me. Yeah, fixed. Yeah. Whatever, chat. Whatever, freaking chat. Oh, the echo is back. Oh no. There's a small amount like being in the bathroom. There's a chance I have really bad audio, everything. If that helps. Bunch of tricksters. Yeah, it's probably I have like no audio dampening on this thing. But usually my mic is pretty good at fixing it, but my mic's been kind of scuffed recently. Alrighty. Okay, we flipped. And then what is this? We're on freaking Reddit together. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it's light mode. Okay. For the record, I know. Alrighty. Where's chat? Okay. Light mode at what cost? All right. Alrighty, the people. I'm trying to figure out this. This thread specifically is about if software, when is software considered complete? So far, nothing interesting. Someone says scope creep. That's a thing of the past for me. Nah. Light mode, guys, put your sunglasses on. Come on. Get with the program. Ooh, is any art truly complete? It's so funny the split of programmers that are like, this is art, and the other that's like, nah. I don't feel like this thread has anything useful. Chat, do you have any thoughts on when is software considered complete? I don't think software is ever considered complete, frankly. I think there's always going to be some level of maintenance with software by default. I think one of the best things that you can do is just have no bugs. I do think that there's very much a time, though, that you will stop introducing new features. I think that there's a certain level of done. That means there's no more features being added to the project, but I think bug fixes will continue. The guy says, yeah, it's never complete unless it's firmware or the kernel. At some point, you have to say F it and ship the software incomplete. Yeah, exactly. Software gets stable, not necessarily complete. Yeah, exactly. I do think that it's very viable, though, for software to just no longer add features. I think that that's probably a wise decision in a lot of projects, and I think probably more projects should be saying no to things. You know, like at a certain point, you don't need new features. It's okay. We're good. You know, if you're finding that you want more and more features, make a new project. Make a new project, make it open to being usable with that other project, and it's GG. That's, that's all you need. It's done when the last commit was 5+ years ago. Honestly, valid. Very valid. Software is complete when it's released on Steam Early Access is awesome. Okay, what about finishing a personal project? Ooh. So it seems that this author is having the very similar experience that we all have, which is I keep planning a project and never finishing it. How do you keep up with it? How do you stay accountable for it? When I'm planning, I get into this state of, am I even trying to make the right thing? Will it even be helpful to me? And then the project gets abandoned. Interesting. I feel like whether or not you end up using it, it has use. But I think, again, this is where their why for building the project is aligned so much to outcomes of when it is completed. I will have XY feature. And if they find anything in the interim that fills that need, they're going to say they don't, it's going to stop them from building the thing. I think this is part of why I really like curiosity-driven development. I think it's really good to just be curious about how things work. How does this thing work? Especially if it's a tool that you use a lot, like rewrite it yourself. It's such a great practice exercise to get better at programming. It's like, I wonder how this piece of software that I use every single day, how one of those features works. You know, let's try and figure it out. Okay. Can I sort these? No, I need the old Reddit to be able to sort these. Okay, you can start with big vision, but your first steps need to be really small. I like that. That means you need to be in the mindset of growing your project. Agreed, actually. I actually think that's a really good point. Try to keep it, what is the absolute smallest thing it could be? In most cases, it's like, okay, just a CLI. And then it's like most of the behavior that you have is in a CLI. Okay, let's layer on an additional piece of complexity here. You know, keep layering them on. But only up to a certain point. There's a chance I contradicted myself on that. Okay, Dawn says that's a good take. What happened to me is I started wanting my projects to be big from the start, and then I always ended up leaving them incomplete. Yes, yeah. I think it's a skill in and of itself to be able to see or have a really big vision and bring that down into smaller actionable steps. That in itself is a hard skill to have and to develop. But being able to do that will allow you to, you know, figure out like the first 5 steps you need to take for that thing. And that might maybe help you visualize more easily what a smaller version of that project could be. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's the thing. That's what stumps me each time. I can't figure out what the MVP is. Interesting. I don't know that I've had this problem. I think, you know what? Part of me wonders if the challenge that they're facing right now, if they're having a hard time figuring out even what the MVP is, it sounds like they're trying to implement things too early. I think if they're often when you're trying to tackle a new problem that is like out of your current depth of expertise, and you have to do a lot of research, right? It's like what's like some of the underlying technology protocols, whatever, that we need to achieve this larger, you know, piece of software. You have to look into those things a little bit more, know that they exist. I feel like once you have to create a bit of a skeleton for the thing. I think maybe what their problem is that they have a really big vision and they're not doing that. Next step is research and then fine tuning the vision. That's why I'm reading all those books and trying out all these methods and they take me nowhere. I don't think books are great guidance on how to build new projects. Because I think the tricky thing is with a lot of books, even very like project-based books, typically they already give you the structure. I think it sounds like what they're struggling with the most is creating that structure for themselves that they will then build. I just end up with a bunch of stickies, more features than even that I think are super important, and 5 different visions of the product because I use 5 different methods to brainstorm and plan. So I think basically the process here is potentially what's flawed. I think it's good to be brainstorming, planning, doing like a whole little mind map thing, you know, get your full ideas out there. Every single possible feature you can think of, whatever. Put it all down. And then you need to refine it a little bit. That's step 1 is lay it all out. Step 2 is box it up so that you can think, okay, what are some smaller versions of that? What are some of the features that I am actually most interested in? Start to prioritize those things, then inspect what's viable, what you could actually implement with your current skill set. A lot of that I think will come down to, I think using other projects as reference is a great way to do that. Like you can go to an open source project. If there's a project that you know has, certain features that you want to implement in your own project, you can look and see how they implemented it. You can see what other things they kind of have tied into that. Yeah. This to me seems a bit more like a process issue. But I think it is good to basically spread it all out, then refine the ideas a little bit, and then you're going to have a further refinement stage where you're actually looking at existing implementations, doing some cross comparisons, getting a bit more information on how you would the lift to implement each of these things. Is it the simplest? Is the current way that you're thinking you're going to implement it the simplest way that you could? Like, you don't have to write scalable software for a one player team here. Okay. Let's see. How do you scope software projects when everything is something you've never done before? Okay. I think this is step one, collect all crucial information. That is kind of what I was just saying as well. I think you need to get all of the available information. This means come up with all the features that you need, do all of that research, and then look at the technical implementation of it. What does that entail? How much effort does that require? I feel like it would be really hard though, even to give a timeline on how long that research portion will take. I do think it's a lot more of at least once you have a clear picture in front of you, it is a lot easier to quote things. I feel like my default though, I always was like, however long it's going to take, I think it's going to take, like, double or triple it. Because most of the time you can deliver something early, delivering something late, not good. Not good. Oh, I think it looks like they had an additional body to this one that they deleted. Or is this, I don't know if this is this is a link to okay. This is a link to an article. Should we read it? Oh, this is interesting. Okay, this person says the real pro tip, this is also from 6 years ago. The real pro tip is to get a management that believes in the sunk cost fallacy, R&D, and throwing things away. Too often, I've seen poorly scoped and designed projects given Herculean efforts to rescue once it's discovered that some fundamental design in the core was wrong. And they ultimately come out more difficult to maintain, and they just end up getting tossed and re-implemented anyway. Yeah, I don't think it should be up to management whether or not something gets rewritten. Like, I feel like that is very much part of the development process. What do they know about that? What do they freaking know? Make up a number, multiply it by 8, add 4 weeks to that. Yeah, literally just give it like the most, whatever seems like the longest, craziest amount, double it, and then deliver it early. Worst case, It's like you overestimate it, and then it, surprise, it costs the client less than they thought it would. With time, you get better estimates, of course, when you already know what you're working on. In my current job, I have a gigantic legacy monolith without enough documentation. Every time I estimate something touching a part that I don't know, I get burned. Every time I estimate some part I already know is 95% accurate. The lesson is get familiar with the code base and the problem. There is no shortcut. Real. And in 2026, it's Ask AI. In 2026, Ask AI, how long will this take? Some people struggle to reduce and minimize what value something has. Some people are trying to build a new social media. Start first with just letting people post a message on a page. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Ooh, okay. What is a realistic scope for a solo dev? I have a computer science degree and a bit of experience in web and application development. So I'm proficient at programming, but I'm not super experienced in making games. I'm a huge fan of fighting games, and I've wanted to make my own for some time now, as I've never made a serious game before. I don't really know what is feasible to accomplish on my own. Is a pared down version of a game like Smash Bros. Or Guilty Gear with around 6 to 8 characters a realistic goal, excluding online play, or should I set my sights on something smaller? 6 to 8 characters seems like a lot. Also, they didn't say their timeline on this. Yeah. 6 to 8 characters seems like a lot. I feel like 2. Like, start with 2. Because character design is so time consuming. Okay, this is the longest response I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to skip that one because it's too long. Oh my God, they're all long. Okay, hear me out. Are the game devs commenting on Reddit instead of working on their game? Are they tired of how long it takes to build their game, so they're writing the world's longest replies on Reddit? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little. All right, scope depends on your skill level and the choices you make for workflows. This game took me about 4 years as a solo dev, where the only thing I didn't do was the soundtrack. To make the scope of the game possible for me, I came up with an art workflow that allowed me to finish a high poly, low poly, UV texture, rig, animate workflow in less than 8 hours, with environment pieces taking 2 hours each. Knowing nothing about game dev is this like a humble brag? Even with this pace, I still spent like 4K hours on art. That's crazy. Nah, man, if I ever start game development, it's a stick figure game. Oh man, wait, do you guys remember that game from like sometime in the 2000s? That was literally it was like you versus the stick figure. I can't remember what it was called, but that was such a good game. We need that back. Dude, that as a mobile game would go crazy. Is it Stickman Fighter? Wasn't it like Stickman versus I don't remember what it was called. Was it called Stickman Fighter? I gotta see. No, it wasn't that one. It was like artist versus Stickman. Oh, what is it? Animator versus animation. Oh, is that a YouTube video? For some reason in my brain, I was like, no, wasn't there? There was a game. No, there was a game. Hold on, I gotta find the... Yeah, no, there was for sure... Yeah, here we go. Okay, hold on, I gotta... This? Yeah. This was really fun. So this, basically, you could use... It was... What is this, Microsoft Paint or something? Hold on, surely we can find a demo. Look, we don't need... Yeah, there was a game for it. It was a game. It was so good. Someone, if anyone's doing game development, I feel like this is a fun one. Hold on. Let me move it. The square res is awesome. Listen, we gotta bring back this kind of game development. You can just make a stick figure game. It's only 2. Yeah. This looks like a movie. This doesn't look like the actual game. Wait. No, wait, this is the guy. Yeah, this was posted on Newgrounds. There was an actual game though. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the gameplay. Yeah, oh my god. Filmed with Bandicam is iconic. Look at it. Oh, you can do exclamation mark Discord. Yeah. Do you guys remember this? This is sick. Yo, we need to bring back some of these games. They should have existed forever. It's literally attacking a stick figure with a gun. In what, Microsoft Paint? This is so funny. Oh my god. That's... Having to draw the gun is awesome. Anyway, this could be us. This is what game dev is missing right now. The culture needs it. Yeah. Someone was talking about how they spent 4,000 hours on coming up with the art for the game, and I'm like, wait, maybe we can fix this. If I'd chosen a realistic art style, probably would have been working on this game for years later, since it would take weeks to make one realistic character from scratch and animate them. I do think animating them is crazy. I'd recommend getting a plan for a game you can complete in a week, because it'll likely end up taking you a month. Make sure it's simple, as game dev can get overwhelming fast. It's true. Dude, what game plan would you have for a game that you can complete in a week? I would say, oh, sorry, this is all messed up now. Hold on. There we go. Actually, I think if there was any game that I could make, it'd be very cool to make one that I could work with OBS that integrates with Twitch chat, and you guys could like battle. Like, I think that'd be kind of fun. Imagine it's just like a free-for-all like melee kind of thing. A little like fighter game. It's all these like tiny little sprites at the bottom of my stream. And you can choose your weapon. Or you're just throwing hands. I feel like that could be cool. Or like one of those little, like a little, just a little 2D world, some Stardew Valley ass shit, okay? But it's like it's like the online, like basically it's like how do I say this? What is it? MMORPG, where they just, but you go there and the only action that you can have in the game is you can chat and you can drink coffee, and that's it. But you have to go into the cafe. I feel like that you could maybe make in like a week to a month. It'd be mostly the art though. I think that's just called Starbucks. It'd be awesome. And you can get sponsored by Starbucks. And then it's just the coffee shop turns into a Starbucks. And then more of them pop up. That'd be so funny, actually. The longer the game, yeah, it's like the server like resets every like 2 days. And from zero to 2 days, it goes from like it's a small boutique cafe, and there's one of them for the entire little town. And then it becomes like and then it gets taken over by Starbucks. And then there's a Starbucks on like, there's a Starbucks that keeps spawning in until the whole town is Starbucks, and then the server resets. Web fishing is already great just for hanging out with a couple of people at a time. Ooh, web fishing? Okay, wait, I want to look at that. I think I've seen this one. Yeah. I've seen this one. It's very cute. What else is there? Fishing is sad, poor fish. I think any good fisherman is doing they do their best to keep it ethical. Minimize the damage to the fish. I'd love to make games, but I can't asset to save my life. You got a collab. I don't think I have anything else to add on that one. What else? I'll just film an outro, I suppose. Let me know in the comments if you have your own let me know your own strats for finishing projects, managing time and scope, and all of the above that we spoke about in this video. Okay, wait. Let me know in the comments if you have your own strats for overcoming. Let me know in the comments if you have your own strats for actually finishing projects, or if you're just like the rest of us where you have a graveyard of unfinished projects. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy my channel, and otherwise I'll see you in the future video. I should actually also get better at being like, hey, I'm bashbunni, I talk about this XYZ thing. I feel like I need a little disclaimer thing to add in. Maybe I'll film that too. But what do I want to say? What do I want to say? I don't know. Let's see. For those of you who are new here, my name is bashbunni. I love talking about everything programming. No. For those of you who are new here, my name is bashbunni. I love exploring the craft of programming and learning more. I don't know. What do I do? For those of you who are new here, my name is bashbunni. I love exploring everything to do with the craft of coding and leveling up as a developer. On this channel, I share a little bit behind the scenes on my journey growing as a developer. You can like and subscribe if you want to support my channel. Otherwise, let's get into it. I don't know, something like that. I know. I think you're right, Kaku. I'll try one more time. I'll just throw it in there. For those of you who are new here, my name is bashbunni. I talk about everything. Actually, wait. For those of you who are new here, my name is bashbunni. This channel is where I share my behind the scenes on programming, learning, and yeah, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. I'm gonna hide chat for a sec. For those of you who are new here, my name is bashbunni. I make videos documenting my experience as a software developer. I love free open source software and doing everything I can do to support that. I'm also just a very curious person, so I will often bite off really ambitious projects and try to complete them, figure out how they work. I'm also just a really curious person, so I like trying to figure out how things work and dismantling them on stream and then turning that into videos. If you like free software and if you love the craft of programming, if you love the craft of software development, you'll probably enjoy my channel, and you can subscribe to stay tuned with everything that I'll be posting. Something like that. Okay. One more, we try, one more. Wow, wait, Kaku wrote one for me. For those of you who are new to my channel, hello, my name is bashbunni. Okay, I looked at chat, it was a problem. We do one more, okay. For those of you who are new to my channel, hello, my name is bashbunni. I document my journey as a software developer on this channel, and I'm a very curious person, so I like dismantling things, figuring out how they work on my live streams, and then recapping that for YouTube. If you're into free software, that is one of my passions, and yeah, if you resonate with any of that, hit that subscribe button. I don't know how this YouTube thing freaking works, okay? Smash that like button. Yeah. It's fine. You know what? It's just for one video anyway. It's not for, I do want to refilm probably like my channel trailer because I think it's a bit outdated. It's not the vibe. I've decided. I think you're too self-conscious. You did great. Well, I think the thing is I'm so used to doing a lot of takes and then still having nothing usable. So, you know, sometimes you just gotta do a million takes so that you have a lot to go off of. Gotta have that YouTube voice. I feel like I don't have that much of a YouTube voice even when I film. Like I lock in a little more. I'm a little more coherent. I don't stutter as much and whatever. But I don't think my tone changes that much. All right, you guys. So I still have some edits and stuff that I need to do. But I don't know if that's interesting to y'all to just put on some music. Actually, I should double check my messages first. There is definitely a tone change. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm coping. I'll be right back though. I gotta go check some messages. I'll be right back. These are my chicken ramen pants. It's muted. It was muted. Do you guys want? Here, I'll bring the music back. Start it from the beginning. From the top. Have it all in the background. Sup? Yo, Archer. Or it's Asher. I use Tailscale. Tailscale's the GOAT. Like, actually crazy. Crazy as in Thatcher. Atcher. Okay. I'll try. Guys, what do you think? Should I end stream? Okay, well, do I end or we do study with me? We do like co-work. I'm doing a poll for the first time in my life. We can hear the Classico. Are you familiar with YSL? Like, the brand? Like, YSL? Yves Saint Laurent? Yes. Just kidding. I don't know what the YSL is outside of that. Yeah, anyone who votes end will be banned. You're right. It's a trick. Also, I'm sorry, YouTube chat, you get no vote. Is this really a choice? I think, is my audio still on? Or am I about to, okay, no, we're good. I got some stuff I got to edit. Oh, music? Oh, interesting. This is really a choice, supposedly. You can only find, there's only one way to find out. Like I'm so oily today. A girl. Originated from Atlanta, Illinois. Oh, wait, I got it. I'll be right back. You guys vote. Hey guys, sorry. I had a call that I had to take. I'm back. We're so freaking back. Before I go, any book or film recommendations? Oh, I do feel like I saw something. I mean, Obsession, obviously. That was a really, really good, but it's scary. Okay, if you don't like scary stuff, don't watch it. I've been reading The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Oh, no, there's for sure audio now. I've been reading The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I'm not quite at the part where it like is interesting yet. What else did I read a book called Room recently, which is like a scary, it's like a scary book. I didn't find it, it was okay. I didn't find it that compelling. What else? Rich Man, Poor Man by Irwin Shaw. I've never heard of that one. There's a Room film too. Is it the same? I haven't seen it. Actually, there was what was the book? Yeah, I can't remember any other good books or anything. Moonlight is a 10 out of 10 film. Okay. Noted. Sad though. I mean, that's classic. All right. I got a little bit of work to do. So we can co-work for a little bit and then I'll probably end at like 4 hours. So another like 25 minutes or so. Cause your girl's gotta eat. No, Denny, I didn't post on X. I need a bot. I need a bot or something. I think maybe I'll do, I should try Ferryman, which is what, this is what Kevin, my friend Kevin is building. Bach Bunny is awesome. Have fun. Hope to catch another Bash Bunny Co. another time. Maybe a classical music working stream called Bach Bunny is awesome. Is that an in-ear monitor you use for audio? It is. It is. I find it helps a lot when I can hear myself. When I can hear myself back through my audio so that I know that everything is working properly. But yeah, I just got it to a new addition to the setup. It's better, like, because before I'd have like the over-ear headphones and they just look so much more disruptive. Especially if I end up wanting to like key things out or anything, it's a whole nightmare. How are you doing, Denny? Hi, Rohan. I'm giving you guys, I'm working on an open sauce recap right now. Have you seen any FIFA World Cup matches? I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. You don't want to know, okay? You don't want to know. What is that, Tusu? I'm looking to buy one, but I don't know which one for in-ear monitors. These ones are like $25 ones on Amazon. I'm not sure yet if they're a worthwhile purchase or not. I mean, so far they're fine. I don't know what that means, but all right. It means no, I haven't seen any World Cup matches. No. Hi, Mano. Ooh. You're trying to finish your menu in the final bits, the final hours of the stream. Love it. Oh, here, I'll mute. Otherwise, y'all are gonna hear my audio, me talking in a different video. I thought I was on. I'm sorry. I thought it was on. The mic was off. I was saying interesting. I'll check it out in terms for reference to Kegel. And then, yeah, and then the XZ utils vulnerability. I was asking if you were, I was wondering if you're asking about the one from what, like 2024? Or if there's a new one. 2024? Do I have thoughts on it? I feel like I don't really. That was crazy. That whole thing was crazy. The beginning of the end of trust in open source. Mic is off, but good, the vibes are on. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. I needed that. No! Dude, I swear I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. My external drive disconnecting and reconnecting while I'm exporting to it. Ain't no freaking way. There ain't no freaking way. So funny, I keep seeing myself on camera thinking that I have something in my hair, but it's just like the reflection on my in-ear. See-through hair angle. Some said it was a fundamental flaw of open source as a model. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like I haven't thought about that one in a minute. I don't know, maybe I could, I'd have to look into it again to have a properly formulated opinion on it. Code with oh my God, hello? Code with Sean, thank you so much for the 2 months at tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Actually huge. Actually huge. I appreciate it. Wait, did this work? It worked? Hello? I don't believe you. I think the computer is lying to me. Yeah, it's broken. Okay, we try again. Nice sub. That subnody was so delayed. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. I am doing well. We be chilling right now. Okay, short, open source, recap. That's the main goal. Can I do a cheer? No. Wait, maybe. Maybe, hold on. Let me try something. Wait. I need a cheer. I got one for you. Did that help? It has that improved morale. I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Why? Okay. I think the ports are coming loose. No! It keeps ejecting my drive. I'm not even messing with anything. How do you guys like the Saturday stream? Have you talked about your preferred AI dev setup? Not at all. I have not. I want to do, I do want to do a dedicated, probably I guess we do this on stream as well, but like stream and video figure out like some workflows that I think would be actually interesting, you know? Because right now I feel like there's so little in between. There's so little middle ground on things. I think they'd be interesting to explore. It's like, okay, if I want to move really fast and maximize it, but still like, you know, still be in control. Have you tried a different cable? I gotta find a different cable. I don't know where it is. Listen, I got no fail safe here. Okay, I got no extra cables. I probably do have an extra cable for this though. But usually, I don't even know if I do. I don't even know. Is the wife for part of the chair? No, it's a sheepskin that I threw over the chair for comfort and vibes. I like it. I normally have Sunday off. The downside is I may have friends around. Ooh. Don't you have Saturday and Sunday off or no? I've got some fire agents, repos for agents if you need. Wait, interesting. Interesting. Tell me more. What's your opinion on AI and their use in coding? I think it's a great tool to have in the tool belt. Right? I think it's still like I don't think that it leads to good longevity to outsource all of your learning and stuff. Like you still need to learn things and read. Somehow I at one point said like, you guys, we should still like books are still a great resource to have, and people were like, cancel her. No, I think AI is a great tool to have in the tool belt. I think, yeah, I think that you also shouldn't outsource your intelligence to it. You know? All right, James, I'm giving you one last shot. If the next, I'm warning you. You're on thin ice, bucko. You're on freaking thin ice right now. Are you still writing manual code? Yeah, I love coding. Of course I'm still writing code. If I was maybe in it just because I like I talked about this in a video. I think that there are process developers and product-based developers where it's like finishing the thing is what gives you validation. That is like the highlight for you is finishing the thing. There's other people, it's like they enjoy the process, you know? And I think both are fine. But I think that like the people that really like love the craft and artistry of coding are going to want to still write code. Salut Emmanuel. Yeah, yellow card. Ew, books, no! Yeah, exactly. I be clacking on that keyboard for the love of the game. That's what I'm saying. Broccoli, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hardest technical problem you solved at past positions? Super curious. I don't know. I'd say like I've had to do some rewrites for things that took a lot of consideration. And I think those were challenging. Those were pretty challenging. Like I had to like rewrite some of the math, like the calculations and stuff that we were doing for the lip gloss table. I also was like rewriting a markdown renderer to use a different, to basically outsource its rendering of the of like colors and styles and stuff to a different tool. And that one was also tricky. But I think a lot of it was like difficult because it was, yeah, just pinpointing like which parts to remove, which parts to keep, you know. Basically the most challenging thing about both of those things were just like, we have users and we don't want to Like, let's not introduce bugs, you know? Yeah. Using AI as training your replacements eventually. I just really don't agree. I don't think that I don't think that there's gonna be, like, at the end of the day, even no matter what business you're in, your business is solving some problem for people. I do think that once AI is like, if it gets to the point where AI is giving acceptable results for like a final version of things, which I don't think that it necessarily gives you a final version of anything. Like, it's always, it can help you along the way. But I think that, like, you know, the polish and stuff is still lacking, in my opinion. I think that end users will reject that at one point or another. You know, like, I think if businesses, I think either it'll come from a place of building resentment towards like a full-blown replacement. If companies, if already companies, or like some companies are seeing that, like, if they're doing mass layoffs that's attributed to AI, it's not good for their image. It's not good for their brand image. At the very least, it can cause, I think it'll probably cause a lack of adoption for that reason. Also, like, I don't know if AI doesn't have accountability. I don't know that it will necessarily replace anything on that front. But basically what I'm trying to say is, I think that we'll start to see some level of side effects, like where people will reject the use, either for, you know, the ethical reasons of job loss, or it would be for the quality not being for people. Yeah, exactly. AI plus your brain is the best outcome there, okay? Businesses love AI due to cut costs or cost cuts. But we're also seeing that that's not always the case. I think it can be a force multiplier for sure. Like, it can amplify what some people can do in a day. It can unblock you very quickly. I think that there's no doubt that it's a force, that it isn't like that it can be a force multiplier if used properly. But to say that it like completely eradicates all required skill and QA and everything, I just don't think is accurate. Here we are in a world where companies like Meta are laying off humans based on AI decisions. That's been a thing forever. Probably the last decade, a lot of the decisions that are being made for hiring, firing, even insurance, anything that is like based on some kind of trend in a population has been based on big data, which inherently has bias. And that's an issue that predates AI. It's just AI is training off of big data that has bias that will then gets those things introduced. And you know, it's like, to say that we are living in a world where companies like AI are laying off humans based on AI's decisions is like, it's been a problem, and there's been no enforcement with it. To purely blame AI as the culprit for that is kind of silly. Do I pay my Discord mods? No. Nobody freaking paid. I don't know that I could talk to other streamers, but I don't know that many other streamers, I don't think anyone pays their mods. I do want to add an option though where you guys can tip the mods, because I think that would be cool. But even in other creators that I know, I don't think anyone really pays their mods. Can you tell me how to transition into tech or land your first role if you did not have a traditional path? It's gonna come a lot from connections, for sure. Like contacts of just like knowing people. reaching out to people that, like, for coffee chats and stuff is also a great way to kind of break the ice. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's very much a lot of opportunity comes from who you know, and you can 100% expand that network. That's crazy. Yeah, no, most creators do not. But it's also not a huge. I don't think it's not necessarily a huge ask. I think I think generally with mods, it's like there's very little that falls onto a single person is kind of the goal. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, this is their community too. You know, I also don't get paid to moderate my community. I guess technically I get paid to create content, but the moderation side is like, I guess, a byproduct. No standard salary for mods is crazy. I mean, I can talk to other creators, but I'm pretty sure that's classic. Yeah. I don't think even like across niches and stuff, it's usually like, but it's usually the ownership of the community is part of, you know, it's like for mods, it's like, this is your community, you know? I just facilitate conversation and stuff. Yeah. Is the mic Shure MV7? It is. It's not the plus version, it's an older version. Like, is it not a job? Not really. I don't know anyone who's like modding full time or would, you know, it's not like that. I think like with mods though, you get like you can get additional stuff. Like if I ever did merch, I would want to give like at least a certain amount of merch to my mods for free. Yeah, like head mods get paid for some big creators, but that's about it. Yeah, because also it depends. Because also if my mods were clipping, like if I was paying them, I would pay them for clipping, you know? And it would be basically like a double thing of like if they already are here and whatever. Kai's mods get paid nicely. That man makes like probably $1 million from streams. Also, I don't know I'm gonna guess that his mods are also doing some other thing. Like his mods are probably, a lot of bigger creators also are not involved in their Discord servers at all. And they'll pay their mods to basically like run, like make sure that all of that stuff is like running really smoothly, like host events, do everything like that. Yeah. Okay, Be Fast says, I'd also add that with regards to getting into tech, being willing to start small and grow your skill set. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Who picked the piano music in the background? I did that. You guys, I should probably end stream because I got more that I got to do today. And I gotta go eat and take a break, but it was very fun hanging out. We can find someone to raid. Let's see who's on. What audio interface am I using? I'm using a Rodecaster Duo. I'm gonna do an updated setup tour. You can actually see if you go to my Twitch. I think I have it. I'm typoing like crazy. If you go to my Twitch, you can go to the About section. You can see my entire setup. Menu sort of works. Thanks for stream. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Let's see. Are there any mods or VIPs that have anyone in particular they want me to raid? Otherwise, I think we're gonna raid Alveus. Easy. How do you feel about open source contributions now versus a few years ago? I don't know that. I don't think my takes have changed. I think the best thing you can contribute to open source are bug fixes. Like, I think if you're contributing features, that's just not, a lot of the time it's just not really necessary. But yeah, bug fixes. I think there's a lot of pain right now in the open source though. Like just the maintenance burden is really high because if you're doing contributions and whatnot, yeah, it's just there's such a bottleneck right now where the maintainers still need to look at that. I would say it's still helpful as well to validate other people's issues and say, yeah, I was able to reproduce this on my machine, you know, whatever. That kind of stuff is still good. Yeah, we'll do an updated setup tour for sure. Probably in the fall. Because I know a bunch of you were asking for an update on the chair. Like a 6 month update in my thoughts. So I'll give the 6 month update. But I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Thank you. And I will see you at some random time or on our scheduled streams. Wednesdays at 12 p.m., Thursdays at 12 p.m. Thursdays are always coding days. Wednesday is going to be either coding or, you know, some other thing. I'm talking about tech. But yeah, go give some love to Alveus. Enjoy the animals. Goodbye, YouTube. I'll see you next time.